Right now? Mindy? Just give me the heads up, please. Okay. Hey, you doing okay?
All right, how are you?
Good, I'm good. We were just working things out because we were set to hit exactly 8 a.m., but I didn't see you, so I said hold tight. So once she gives the
Oh,
green light, I'm just going to go ahead and introduce the situation where we stand now, and then I'll pull you in, and then we'll start to chit-chat about things. Where's your office located, by the way? Are you in Brunswick or?
St. Simon's Island.
Okay, so I can say Glenn County.
Yeah.
Okay. So it looks like we're getting closer. I'm actually hearing Friday is a possibility. It seems kind of soon to see the
Well,
jury.
they estimated 2 weeks, and I thought that was ambitious, but if they found good folks, I think
Hope,
people are ready.
hopefully we'll see, right? Let's see. Because initially I was even thinking next Wednesday, but I just got a text yesterday. Sheffield said they seemed like they thought they were on track for a jury by Friday. That's
Okay.
quick. Okay. So go for it right now. And welcome in. You are watching First Coast News' online coverage of the trial of three men accused of murder in the shooting death of Ahmaud Arbery. Ahmaud Arbery, we know, was shot and killed back in February of 2020 in the Satilla Shores neighborhood, leading us to where we are now. Three men on trial again for murder. We are in the jury selection process at this point, day 7, week 2, as things slowly inch closer towards getting the 12 jurors needed as well as 4 alternates. Right now we have 36 seated in the pool, a pool of 36 potential jurors. They're aiming to get to 64 before the next round of questioning. And joining us this morning is Father Tom Purdy with Clergy. He is here this morning to give us some insight into what's happening there in Glynn County right now, the mood overall. Now, Father Tom, we know that you are there to pretty much set the tone of peace throughout all of this because there are demonstrations going on. They've been there since last week when things even started, and folks are showing up every day, again, peacefully to demonstrate for justice. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
So give us some insight into what things are like at this point because you've been out there pretty much every day.
Yeah, I haven't been out as much this week. I was there briefly Monday and yesterday. I will say this week is quieter than last week. The group of demonstrators that were there last week did return to their homes all across the country. But there are still family members and locals who are coming by the courthouse grounds and checking things out, chatting with folks who are there. And so there's still people around keeping an eye on what's going on. And certainly members of Maud's family are there every day waiting to see family as they come and go from the courthouse and just be there as a presence for everybody.
Have you been in contact with members of Ahmaud Arbery's family?
Yeah, I've met some of the aunts that are there. I've been nearby as his parents have come and gone, but not spoken to them individually. Some of the others in our group have had more substantial conversations with them and have got to know them. The aunts asked, for example, that a member of our group be there each morning if we can to pray with them to start off the day. And so there's been people that have been able to do that who can get there first thing in the morning before the day really gets going. So yeah.
You mentioned praying with people. I want to talk a little bit about the purpose of Glynn Clergy for Equity, why you guys decided to form this group, because we're talking about different clergymen from all over Glynn County coming together for a purpose. Let's talk about that.
Yeah, I think you have to go back. This group wasn't formed specifically around the trial, but it was formed as a result of Ahmaud's death. And when that happened, there were a lot of clergy who recognized that there's a moment that we needed to be able to address out of our faith traditions and out of the depth of those traditions because we need it as individuals and recognized our community needs it. With what I do on a day-to-day basis, I find that folks are more receptive to hearing messages of the gospel of peace and justice when they're experiencing moments that are life-changing. So baptisms, weddings, funerals, those all seem to be times when people's walls drop a little bit, whether it's great joy or great tragedy, people are receptive to hearing things. That moment we realized right away was upon us in Glynn County. Unfortunately, it came at the hands of a tragedy. And I think we recognized that there were a lot of emotions when the news finally was able to clarify what had happened to Ahmaud and how horrible it was. There were people that were shocked, people that weren't surprised. Everybody was upset about it. And we said, okay, what can we do? And so those of us who already had some relationships started branching out. We started coming together and building relationships informally and then formally, doing some work around racial healing and learning from each other, hearing each other's stories, sharing each other's stories with each other. And as the trial approached, we talked about how we could be intentional about that. And that's where we decided, okay, we can just be present. We can continue this conversation, continue this strive for justice. We do not want to see any sense of remaining racism or white supremacy in the community. Not that it's loud here in Glynn County, but I think we know it's in every county to a certain degree. And so our presence is about showing a different way of being a community and being in relationship with one another. We stand at the courthouse. We have a tent that we set up most days. We've got some signs that say we're there for prayer. We talk to anybody and everybody who's there just to say, how are you doing? If you need a bottle of water, what are you thinking? Some people do ask for prayer. Many don't, but they're just happy to talk. We've realized there's ministry to be done with media. We've talked with folks in your line of work over the last 2 weeks. And we're there just to remind people that this has always been a community that has been united in this call for justice. It was remarkable in 2020 when the news broke just how wide the support was for justice and getting the right thing to happen, which was to get the men who killed Ahmaud Arbery and were responsible for his death arrested so that the justice system could do what it needed. And as you know, that didn't happen initially. It took the video, it took people coming out to the courthouse and other rallies for that really to happen. And now we just want to continue that effort of bringing people together, being a presence that stands for justice, and helping our community thrive as it has tried to do.
If you're just now joining us, you're watching First Coast News' online coverage of the trial of 3 men charged with murder in the shooting death of Ahmaud Arbery. Joining us this morning is Father Tom Purdy with Clergy for Equity, a group that has been out there since the beginning of this jury selection process, and they plan to be out there throughout the duration of the trial just to set the tone for people as we see demonstrators, protesters out there on a daily basis. They want things to remain peaceful, which they have overall. Things really have died down pretty much this week. We're sure it'll pick right back up as the trial begins, and that, by the way, is set to happen next week. We know in the jury selection process, we are now up to a pool of 36 potential jurors. We did hear the judge say that he is aiming to get 64 potential jurors in that pool to choose from to ultimately get an impartial jury of 12 people with 4 alternates. We are slowly but surely getting there. Now, Father Tom, I've got to ask you this because you are getting insight unlike most. You are hearing people's intimate thoughts, concerns. What can you share with us about people, their mindsets right now in the Brunswick area surrounding this trial?
A lot of folks that I've talked to, I think, are cautiously optimistic. Many people, as we're finding out with the jury selection process, have already made up their mind about what they think the outcome should be. And a lot of the folks that we've met do think that these men have at least committed a felony murder and that they need to be held accountable for that. I met a gentleman last week who was from out of town. He's from out west. We talked a little bit about the demonstrators that were there and how uncomfortable he was with their level of chanting and some of the things they were chanting. And I was wondering where this was going to go. And ultimately, I was a little surprised because he then turned the corner and said, yeah, but I think these guys need to be held accountable. What they did was wrong. And I'm hopeful. And that hope has been what we've all been expressing. We recognize that it's in the hands of the justice system now. It is, in every community, a flawed system. And so we have ideas about what's right and what should happen, but it's going to be up to these 12 jurors and the judge to actually determine what the outcome will be. I think folks are sensing the community as a whole is together on this. We have not seen great divisions in our county over the last year and a half around this issue. It's been fairly solid, And I think that is helping people too have a sense that no matter what comes at the end of this trial, this community is poised to handle it and to continue to grow together afterwards.
That's interesting. You're saying you're not seeing division within the county, because that's something that outsiders would assume there is, because obviously there are different mindsets. There has to be within this county because of we saw what happened with this young man losing his life. So it's interesting to hear you say that you're not seeing great division within the county. A good thing, but still interesting.
Yeah. Now, I'm sure there is division, and I'm sure there are folks who are thinking that these men do not deserve to be sent to prison or stay in prison. But it's not a large group. And I've been pleasantly surprised by the diversity of the group that has called for justice last year and continued this year. I don't think anybody's being particularly nasty or negative about the process or the people who have different opinions. But it has not surfaced as an issue in our community thus far in a major way, the way that I think people would have expected. Of a southern town, that does carry some stigma in other parts of the country. And it's been refreshing to see that that's not really been the truth. This has been a community that has not had to worry about division and violence. We keep hearing people talk about their concern. And so far, the only violence associated with this whole endeavor is the violence that was committed against Ahmaud. There has not been anything else that has come out of this that would rate that kind of concern. But I think some of that concern is being placed upon us from outside Glynn County, people who have seen other places in the country and what's happened. And all I can say is we're not those places and we're not those communities. And we're hopeful that all the relationship building we've done will bear fruit.
Let's get a quick check of your time right now. It is 8:11 on this Wednesday morning, October 27th. If you're just now joining us online, you are watching First Coast News' online coverage of the trial of 3 men who are charged with murder in the shooting death of Ahmaud Arbery there in Brunswick, Georgia. And joining us this morning is Father Tom Purdy with Glynn Clergy for Equity there in Glynn County. Father Purdy, I know a lot of people are very appreciative of what the Glynn Clergy is doing, this group of about 50 clergymen who have decided to come together to set the tone again out there ahead of this trial taking place. Right now we're in jury selection, which is a process that's moving slowly, but it is moving. They're actually aiming for Friday to actually wrap all of this up in terms of seating a jury. We shall wait to see if that will actually happen. And then the trial obviously would start next week. That's when we will likely see a lot of things really pick up out there in that area in Brunswick. Are you hearing any concerns from people in the area there?
About the jury selection process?
Yes, about things picking up next week.
Oh, yeah. Not concerns, no. I think we're aware that it's been quiet during jury selection and will probably pick up a little bit next week and beyond. Certainly as the trial, it's indicated that it's winding down. We expect even more activity. Not really concerns. I think our group is curious to see who comes. There are some folks we know are very interested in the outcome of what's happening. They want to be very supportive of the community. They recognize could be a long process. We're not exactly sure how long the trial will take. And so some folks have sort of saved their energy and their time and their calendars to wait until things were progressed a little bit more. Right. We do expect more people, though, once the trial is underway, depending on what some of the revelations are in the trial, might cause certain days to be better attended than others. But locally, we're not really hearing, from our group and some of the folks we talked to, a great deal of concern in a bad way. I think our local officials are prepared for whatever comes. And they've done a good job of preparing for whatever may happen, and we're just ready for it.
I think it's fairly obvious and fair to say that if you walk outside of the courthouse in Glynn County, you will see a lot of the protesters or demonstrators are obviously there in support of the Arbery family. They'll tell you that outright if you talk to them. But I'm curious to know, because you are getting people approaching you, approaching the tent that you guys have out there, the Glynn Clergy, approaching for prayer or just sharing their thoughts with you. Have you heard a lot of people come by to say that they're actually in support of not the Arbery family, but the McMichaels or Brian? Have you heard anything like that from people?
I have not heard that, and I'm not aware of that coming to the group as somebody's, approach to this and why they're there. Mm-hmm. I will say that in all these conversations, the piece that is a part of this, not in every conversation, but some, is people do still pray for the McMichaels and the Brian families and these 3 men as well. Mm-hmm. They do want justice for Ahmaud. They do want these men to be held accountable for what they feel was wrong, but they recognize that they're human beings and that they have families and that this is tragic for everybody. And so that's been another one of those refreshing surprises of grace, that we've heard that echoed from people, that when there is prayer, it's prayer for all involved. We're seeking justice for Ahmaud and to make sure that the system does what the system is supposed to do, and it's on track to do that now. But recognizing that there's other lives that are hurt by this, that this is a tragedy in every sense of what a tragedy can be.
Father Tom, what about your congregation? Please share with us the name of your church, by the way, out there in Glynn County, and tell us about your congregation, what you're hearing from them.
Yeah, I serve at Christ Church Frederica on St. Simon's Island. My congregation's a good microcosm of the entire community. We've got a bit of diversity, not racial diversity in my congregation. St. Simon's is not a very diverse community. It's one of the bubbles in our county. We've got several different bubbles that people seem to live in. But like the community, our congregation has largely, at least the folks that I've heard from, been supportive of seeking justice, getting these men arrested last year and letting the justice system figure out what the proper response is. I have not had a lot of pushback for things I've said or presence that I've offered over the course of this. No, unfortunately, that's not true for all my colleagues. There are people who have faced pushback. Unfortunately, in today's day and age, anytime you talk about something that's involving race, there is a political element for some folks that overrides every other aspect of the situation. That's why I've been pleasantly surprised at how there has been such a diverse political response to this as well. I mean, last year I was part of a group of clergy who were on the courthouse steps calling for justice and for these men to be arrested. And for the justice system to do its work. And I was up there with the entire political spectrum, the spectrum of business and community leaders, clergy leaders. And that's been pretty consistent here in my community as well.
Folks, if you're just now joining us, you're watching First Coast News' online coverage of the trial of 3 men accused of murder in the shooting death of Ahmaud Arbery there in Brunswick, Georgia. And joining us this morning is Father Tom Purdy with Glynn Clergy, a group of about 50 clergymen there in Glynn County that have decided to come together to set the tone for this trial there in Glynn. They were there since the very beginning. I remember last week, Monday, when I was out there, I saw you guys holding hands and in prayer, and I said, I had to talk to you. What's going on? What are you trying to do? And by setting the tone, a lot of people would say that is imperative, so important, because we knew there would be a lot of demonstrators out there. We're seeing things pretty peaceful overall right now, and hopeful, prayerful that things will remain that way. And that's pretty much what you're seeing as well.
Yeah, that's what we're seeing. It has been very peaceful. Even the demonstrators who were there last week, although they would get loud, they weren't hateful. They weren't being destructive or recommending destruction in any way. You know, as we got to know them and talk to them and hear their stories, they were here to seek justice for Ahmaud and stand with his family and be a support system for them. And I think they have done that. And so, yeah, it's definitely been a peaceful vibe that is community at its core.
It's now 18 minutes past the hour. Court is set to start at about 8:30 this morning as the jury selection process continues. We're in week 2 right now, day 7 of that process. Right now, there has been a pool of 36 potential jurors chosen. The aim is to get 64 people, 64 potential jurors together. From that pool of 64, they plan to whittle things down, continue to question these people until they get to 12 impartial jurors seated and 4 alternates. From there, once we get to that point, then the trial will actually begin. That's something that a lot of people there in Brunswick, really not just Brunswick, not just Glynn County, but across the nation, a lot of people have been eager to see what will happen in the end. Everyone wants to see their version of justice happen in the end. Father Tom, you mentioned folks saving their energy, not coming out there this week so much, but possibly next week when things get started. How about you personally? Have you been back out there this week? What are your plans?
Yeah, I was out briefly Monday and Tuesday. Monday because I had another reason to be at the courthouse, and I was able to visit with some folks while I was there. Yesterday, just to check how it was going. It was very quiet yesterday afternoon. I'm able to go out when my schedule allows. I still have my congregational ministry that we're trying to do, and so I'm squeezing it into that. Normally Mondays are my day off, and I've spent most of Monday there last week, and my plan is for next week to do the same. We have a sign-up sheet that our group uses to try to get shifts to come out. We have not put up our tent this week, but we brought our water bottles, and we we created a sticker that invites people to remember that we're in this together, and we'll hand those out and talk to folks. So next week, I think it will, as more people come, we'll use our communication tools to let the group know that there's more folks. And I suspect that many folks who have not yet carved time out of their schedule to be there will make it more of a priority as the trial goes on. And I'll do the same thing. I'll be there as much as I can and as much as I'm needed.
I'm sure many would argue your presence will be needed next week as more people show up. Just initially, before things even started, I remember going out there to Brunswick, talking to people in the area, and a lot of folks say their main concern, not Glynn County, not the residents there, but they were concerned about outsiders coming in and perhaps causing trouble in the area. But again, you guys were there to set the tone. So again, people would argue that you need to continue to be there to continue to set that tone and make sure things remain peaceful and calm. We're hoping so. I want to get your opinion about the process so far and how things are going. I'm not sure how much you can get into things, but again, we've heard frustration. You've spoken with some of Arbery's aunts, and some of them say they're frustrated with how slow the process is going. But you speak with anyone within the justice system, they'll tell you that's just how things go sometimes. They have to do what they can to get to an impartial jury. And your thoughts on that, sir?
Well, I don't think it's a surprise, really, that it's going slowly, especially here. I think people were immediately shocked to hear the number of jurors that were being mobilized for this selection process. 600 the first week, 400 the second week, 1,000 people as needed. And I think that that's not a surprise, because if you live in this community, it's going to be hard to find somebody who hasn't been touched deeply by these events. The news that's been reported on them, the people we have connections with. I know folks who have had pre-existing friendships with the Arbery family in some cases, or the McMichael family in some cases, or the justice system and the officers that were involved. I mean, there's lots of people that have touched this in personal ways. And then there's just the community touch that when it happens in your backyard, you sit up and pay attention, and you're reading the news, and you're on social media. So you're seeing the comments, and you're seeing the video when it came out. I can only imagine how hard it is to find people in this community who don't have an opinion formed yet, because I think it's so natural that we would. Yeah. So I'm not surprised at how long it's taking, and I think we're all hopeful they will get what they need to have a fair seated jury to see this trial through.
Fairness, we're just gonna have to wait to see if that's even possible, because I'm sure you're paying attention like everyone else. A lot of the people that are actually being pushed forward, of the 36, a good majority are saying they know the key players within this case. So you're wondering, can it really be fair? Can it really be impartial? But legal experts will tell you they're doing the best they can, asking certain questions to make sure that those who are finally seated, the 12 jurors, 4 alternates, really are impartial. They plan to listen to all of the evidence in this case and make this a fair trial, fair and just trial. So we'll see how that works out. Folks, it is now 8:22. In about 8 minutes, we're expecting court to resume as jury selection continues in the trial of 3 men accused in the shooting death of Ahmaud Arbery. It is now day 7, week 2 of this jury selection process. We are slowly inching towards getting the number needed. Right now, they're aiming to get 64 potential jurors seated for the next round of questioning before getting to the 12 that are needed. Father Tom is here with Glynn Clergy for Equity. Father Tom, if folks are just now joining us, I'd like you to please share with us the purpose of your group and why you guys decided to unify for this trial.
Yeah, well, again, we formed up last year, recognizing that our community had some work to do in building relationships. As I say, there's a couple of different siloed communities here that don't interact very much. There are bubbles where there are mostly white people, and there's bubbles where there's mostly black people, and not always mixing the way that you might want in a healthy community at its best. And so the clergy came together and we said, okay, we're going to work on this ourselves. If we can name that it's an issue, how many of us have lasting friendships with people who are different than we are? Well, let's start forming those. Let's start to get to know each other. And then let's use that to branch out into our communities and our congregations, because many of us serve congregations that are not diverse. They serve one kind of racial makeup in a lot of cases. That's not true of every congregation in this county, but there's a lot of separation on Sunday morning, as we know, all across the country. So we formed that group to build these relationships, and out of those conversations, out of that relationship building, we discovered a shared sense that we needed a presence to be messages of peace and justice and unity, to build off of the best of our traditions that call us to those things and affect whatever change, however small it may be, in our community throughout this process.
Yeah. And Father Tom, you mentioned as well these bubbles within this community, because we are well aware of that within Glynn County, not just Glynn County, all throughout the nation. There is a lot of segregation still. Let's be honest about that. But there is still an overall theme that you're getting from people, everyone that you're talking with, regardless of race, creed, religion. They're all looking for justice in the end.
Yes, and as we said earlier, most of the people that we've talked to are certainly we're hearing people thinking that yes, these men committed murder and they need to be held accountable for that. I know there are others who think that they should be acquitted and set free, but the community has largely been lining up around the side of last year. Let's arrest these men and get the justice system to do its work. I think you saw, just as a state of Georgia, this death led to changing the law around some of the things that are at issue in this case. That speaks to just how much it's been impactful across a wide array of people and political spectrums. And so, yeah, you know, we've seen a diverse support for this process, and not a process filled with animosity or hatred. We're just not seeing that here.
Yeah, you mentioned law being changed. We were talking about the citizens arrest law in particular, something pretty much a vote of contention for a lot of people, something that has been in place since the 1800s that people say needs to be changed, and ultimately it was. We even heard an interview with Wanda Cooper Jones, Ahmaud Arbery's mother, who said it was so heartbreaking to know it took her son's death to finally bring about that change, but she's grateful to see that it has changed. So there is some movement, some slow movement in things, in progress in terms of race relations there in Glynn County and Brunswick, Georgia. We're hoping that that trickles down pretty much towards the rest of the nation, the change that we're seeing. Father Tom, we appreciate you joining us. Father Tom Purdy with Glynn Clergy, a group of about 50 clergymen that have come together there in Glynn, pretty much to set the tone for this trial. They are aiming for peace. So far, things have been peaceful, and they were praying that it will remain that way. We know that court is set to resume at 8:30 this morning in just a couple of minutes. If you're watching now, just now joining us, you're watching First Coast News' online coverage of the trial of 3 men charged with murder in the shooting death of Ahmaud Arbery. Ahmaud Arbery, we know, just 25 years old. He was shot and killed there in Brunswick, Georgia, in the Satilla Shores neighborhood while running through the neighborhood. The 3 men who are charged right now say they suspected him of being involved in burglaries in that neighborhood, and so they decided to go after him under the citizens arrest law that was in place at the time. And that is something important to mention, because that is going to be brought up throughout the trial time and time again. But folks, we are going to be here throughout the duration of this trial. You'll be able to catch us online here on firstcoastnews.com, and of course using that First Coast News app. Again, Father Tom Purdy, we appreciate your time. If there's anything at all you feel the need to add or mention, or you want people to know about this trial, where we are now, where we're going moving forward.
I think that we are hoping that because the nation is tuning in, that they will see that there are communities that can wrestle with these issues of race and poverty and all the things that we face here, and do it in a way that is hopeful and respectful and based in love. And that's really what we're trying to do. And we hope that that does have an effect, so other communities that have to deal with their own problems in the future and their own struggles can say, here's a path, maybe this is a path that will work for us.
Hope, respect, and love. Some words we'll all need to hold on to, because we know this trial will have implications all throughout the nation. So we're all waiting to see what will happen. Again, thank you for joining us this morning. Folks, we are going to tune out right now, because the court is set to resume in just about 2 minutes. You are watching First Coast News' online coverage of the trial of 3 men charged in the death of Ahmaud Arbery. Thank you again, Father Tom. You have a great day.
Keithy.
Thank you all.
Okay. Great. Well, let me talk to Dan about that first and see what he would be concerned about.
in here, please. Thank you.
Number 8 right here where this cushion is, please. Thank you.
Come to order, all rise. Glenn County Superior Court is now in session. Honorable Judge Timothy Walmsley presiding. Please be seated.
Good morning. All right, good morning, everybody. All right, welcome to the Superior Court of Glenn County. I'm Judge Walmsley. I am the judge that has called y'all down here for the case of the state of Georgia versus Travis McMichael, Gregory McMichael, and William R. Bryan. Let me start by thanking you. Thank you for coming down and making yourselves available for jury service here in Glenn County. We can't do what we do in Superior Court without members of the community coming down and participating in this process with us. So again, thank you. I also appreciate your patience. I know that many of you have been here maybe even an hour or so waiting for this process to get started, and I understand that. But there are a number of things that we have to do in cases, and we don't rush any of that. And so we're very deliberate about what we do, and because of that, sometimes it takes a little bit of time. And I ask for your patience in that regard, not just now, but as we work through this process today. The process today of jury selection is a relatively straightforward process. What's going to be occurring today is first the court, I'm going to swear you in and ask you some general questions, but then more importantly, ultimately, the state and the defense are going to have an opportunity to ask questions. Those questions come in 2 rounds. We're going to do some questioning in here, what we call general questioning, and then we're going to move probably some of you, if not all of you, one at a time to follow up on those questions into the courtroom here in the courthouse. Now, the questions that you're going to be asked today are not intended to be overly personal. They're not supposed to make you feel uncomfortable. What they should be designed to do is to determine whether or not you can be a fair, unbiased, impartial juror that can honestly seek the truth in this case and reach a verdict based upon the evidence presented in the courtroom here in Glenn County. It's a very simple process. Again, the questions shouldn't be overly personal, but if for some reason you feel uncomfortable responding, it's okay. Just let us know you have a response, and we'll figure out a way to make sure that you're comfortable responding appropriately to all of those questions. Now, all of you have a number on your chest. What's going to be occurring, as we move through this process is you're going to be referred to by that number on your chest. And there's a couple reasons that we're doing that. First is everything that we do in this room and also in the courtroom is being taken down by the court reporter over here to my left. Ultimately, if we need to go back into a transcript and figure out who was talking, it's sometimes easier just to refer to that person by number to figure out who they are. And so we do it for that, one of the reasons that we do it that way. The other reason that we do it in this case and some others is because in this particular case, we're doing what we can to ensure that the jury pool remains anonymous as we work through this process. It's taking a little while to get the jury in place, and that's just the way this happens. And there's some interest in the case, as many of you probably know. And so we're doing what we can to keep the process anonymous. And really that's intended for a couple reasons. One, it's to make sure that you feel comfortable providing as much information to this court as possible. And it's also because I know there's some concern out there about information being released about jurors. And so we're doing everything we can. There's no pictures being taken of the jurors, and we're doing what we can to make sure that there's no personal information that goes out. So hopefully that makes you feel comfortable about the process. Again, we understand some of those concerns, and we're trying to address those concerns. As to the length of the process, as I alluded to just a moment ago, we are going to be moving through this process through the day today. Based on the time period that it's taking to get through some of the other panels, I would expect we're going to be here all day. And again, I ask for your patience in that. The process does not get rushed, so please, as far as plan on the day. And I should have asked this, can everybody hear me? Okay, which is kind of a funny question, because if you can't hear me, you probably wouldn't respond to the question anyway. But the acoustics in here are decent. But sometimes it can be a little bit hard to hear when you're speaking, particularly with the masks. So if I interrupt you and ask you to speak up, it's simply because I need to hear everything that's being said along with the court reporter. So that's the basics of jury selection in this case. What I'm going to do at this point is go ahead and swear you in, give you an oath, ask you a few questions, and then we'll get started with the parties. So if you could please stand and raise your right hand. You shall give true answers to all questions as may be asked by the court or its authority, including all questions asked by the parties or their attorneys concerning your qualifications as jurors in the case of the state of Georgia versus Travis McMichael, Gregory McMichael, and William R. Bryan, so help you God. Respond accordingly. All right. Thank you. Be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the case, again, of the state of Georgia versus Travis McMichael, Gregory McMichael, and William R. Bryan, who are charged each individually and as parties concerned in the commission of a crime by the grand jury of Glenn County with the offenses of murder, felony murder in 4 counts, aggravated assault in 2 counts, false imprisonment, and criminal attempt to commit a felony. Are any members of this panel related by blood or marriage to Travis McMichael, Gregory McMichael, William R. Bryan, or Ahmaud Arbery? If you are, please raise your hand. Please raise your hand if you, for any reason, have formed and expressed any opinion in regard to the guilt or innocence of the accused. Okay. Some of the numbers, there's a glare that I get up here, so I'm going to have to ask for numbers. In the front row there, ma'am, I can't really see that number. 558. Okay, if you keep your hands up until I call out your number. 563. And it's is that 566, sir? Yes, sir. Okay, 566, 569, 571. Did I get I didn't get 565. 578. 584, thank you. 584. 585. 586. 591 and 595. Thank you. Y'all can go ahead and put your hands down. Please raise your hand if you have any prejudice or bias resting on your mind, either for or against the accused. Thank you. And then finally, please raise your hands if your mind is not perfectly impartial between the state and the accused. $563, $565, $571, $578, and $595. All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Those are all the questions that will be posed by the court. I believe we are ready to proceed. Is the state ready?
Yes, Judge, we are.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you. All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Morning. All right, my name is Linda Dunikoski. I, along with Paul Camarillo and Larissa Olivier, represent the state of Georgia. Do any of you believe you know us? No hands. Is there anyone here who does not currently reside in Glenn County? No hands. Is there anyone here under 18 years of age? No hands. And is there anyone here who has been convicted of a felony offense and has not had their rights restored? No hands. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I want to let you know this. I'm going to ask you a series of questions now. If I ask you a question and you think it might apply to you, raise your hand. If you're not sure, raise your hand. And if you think there's some information you want to communicate to us, we're going to go ahead and talk to you individually later. Okay, so right now it's just a matter of raising your hand to yes or no, but we will have the opportunity to speak with you later. So if you think it applies to you or you want to let us know something about that particular topic, go ahead and raise your hand for us, okay? So, is there anyone here who sat on the grand jury that returned this indictment in June of 2020? No hands. Is there anyone here who is currently a post-certified law enforcement officer with arrest powers, either locally in Georgia or federally? No hands. Is there anyone here who is 70 years of age or older and does not wish to serve on the jury? And sir, we have 595 and 577. And 586. Is there anyone here who is a full-time student currently enrolled in classes and attending classes? No hands. Is there anyone here who is the full-time caretaker of a child 6 years and under who has no other reasonable accommodations for caring for that child? 577. Is there anyone here who is the full-time caretaker of a disabled or elderly person and you have no other reasonable means of care for that person? You are the sole person taking care of that elderly person or disabled person. 563. Is there anyone here who has difficulty understanding the English language? No hands. Now, the judge asked if everyone could hear him. Is there anyone who has actual difficulty hearing for any reason? No hands. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we anticipate that this case is going to extend from now through Friday, November 19th, kind of the Friday before Thanksgiving. So I'm going to ask you about some scheduling conflicts that you might have. And I'm not talking about work conflicts. I'm talking about in your personal life. For instance, you have surgery scheduled next week, that kind of thing. You have an airline ticket to fly to Vermont for the birth of your first grandchild in 2 weeks, and it's a really important occasion for you, and you've already bought that airline ticket. Those are the kinds of scheduling conflicts that we need to know about. Does that apply to anyone here? And we have 557, 558, 569, 578, 584, and 595. All right. Your elected official is Keith Higgins. Is there anyone who's related to District Attorney Keith Higgins by blood or marriage? Anybody know Mr. Higgins? No cards. Your former district attorney was Jackie Johnson. Does anyone here, are you first off related or related by blood or marriage to Miss Johnson? Anyone? Anyone know Miss Johnson personally? No hands. Is there anyone here who has a specific opinion about last year's election where District Attorney Jackie Johnson...
Madam Prosecutor.
Oh, I'm... 565. All right. Thank you, guys. And I will, like, if I'm being blind, you got to wave me down, okay? Don't hesitate. So thank you. So 565 interned in the DA's office under her. Okay. All right. So is there anyone here who has an opinion about last year's election where DA Jackie Johnson was defeated and Keith Higgins was elected to the position of district attorney? And we have 595. Is there anyone here who has any particular opinion about how or why the Cobb County District Attorney's Office has been assigned to handle this case by the Georgia Attorney General? 595. Is there anyone here who's going to be unable to give the state a fair trial because we're not from here? We're from Cobb County. Is there anyone here who feels you're not going to be able to give the state a fair trial that we don't live here, we're not from this community? Anyone? No cards. So I'm going to ask you about some other district attorneys. George Barnhill of the Waycross Judicial Circuit. Is anyone here related by blood or marriage to Mr. Barnhill? Anyone know George Barnhill? Does anyone here know George Barnhill Jr., a former assistant district attorney who is now practicing law here in Brunswick? 565. Does anyone here know Tom Durden, the elected district attorney of the Atlantic Judicial Circuit, or any of his assistant district attorneys? And does anyone know Mr. Durden? No? All right. Does anyone here know any of the assistant district attorneys who are currently working in the Brunswick Judicial Circuit? no cards. All right, so we have talked about the state side. Of course, we have over here Mr. Robert Rubin and Mr. Jason Sheffield. Does anyone believe they know them?
Morning.
No cards. We also have Mrs. Laura Hogue and Frank Hogue. Does anyone know them? No cards. And Mr. Kevin Goff. Does anyone know Mr. Goff or recognize Mr. Goff? So we have 565, 577, and 595. Does anyone here personally know Travis McMichael? No hands. Does anyone here personally know Greg McMichael? No hands. Does anyone here know Mr. William, he goes by the nickname Roddy Bryan? No hands. Does anyone here know Miss Amy Elrod? No. 565? Does anyone know Mrs. Lee McMichael, Greg McMichael's wife? No cards. Does anyone know Lindsay McMichael, Mr. Greg McMichael's daughter, Travis McMichael's sister? Lindsay McMichael. No cards. Does anyone know the victim in this case, Mr. Ahmaud Arbery? 573. Is there anyone here who knows his mother, Ms. Wanda Cooper Jones? 573. Is there anyone here who knows his father, Marcus Arbery Sr.? 573. And lastly, does anyone know Judge Walmsley? No cards. Now, has anyone here ever served on jury duty? And what I mean by that is you did this jury selection process, you were questioned, you were selected to be on the jury, you sat through the entire case and listened to all the evidence, and you went into the room and deliberated with 11 other people, came to a verdict. Has anyone have that experience? 585. I'm going to try and do it in order. Great. So 566. 585 and 595 and 573. All right, out of the four of you, was anyone here the foreperson on their jury panel? No one was the foreperson? And was your jury able to actually reach a verdict? 565, able to reach a verdict? That's a yes. 573, that's a yes. 585, yes. And 595, yes. Thank you very much. Has anyone ever sat on a grand jury before? No hands. All right, so when you got your jury summons, it directed you to the website for the Glenn County Clerk, where it had a whole bunch of information about serving on the jury. Next to there were some documents, or a link that led you to some documents, in this case, legal kind of documents. If you looked at it, it's okay. We just need to know if you actually looked at any of the legal documents, meaning the indictment, the pleadings, motions, things about the case. Did anyone look at those? 569? Anyone else? Please raise your hand if you've served in the military. So we have 557, 567, and 575. Is there anyone here with prior law enforcement training or law enforcement experience in the past? That was your job in the past. 567. Please raise your hand if you are related to or have a close personal friend. And when I say related to, I'm not necessarily talking about Uncle Bob in Iowa that you haven't seen in 10 years. So when I talk about a close relative, I'm talking about somebody who's actively in your life. Close relative, close personal friend who is in law enforcement. Anyone have a close personal friend in law enforcement or close family member? All right, so we have 565, 567, and sir, you're 562. 571, 577, 585, 586, 591, and 595. Please raise your hand if you have any work experience in the field of social work. Got 565 and 580. Please raise your hand if you have a background in the field of counseling, psychology, psychiatry. It was your undergrad degree, psychology, or you've actually been a counselor in the past. All right, so we have 565, 575, 580. Anyone else? Please raise your hand if you have work experience in the legal field, meaning you've been a paralegal, you've been a librarian, you're a lawyer, you've done those sorts of things. 595. Please raise your hand if you have experience within the criminal justice field, and that can be anything from being a probation officer, working at a prison, ministering to people at a prison. You've had some sort of interaction in the criminal justice system, either a job or volunteer work. 565, 567. Now, are you related to or have a close personal friend who is in a district attorney's office, and that can be anywhere in the nation? 578. Is there anyone here who's related by blood or marriage to a criminal defense attorney? Is there anyone here who personally knows, like has a personal friend who's a criminal defense attorney? 571 and 586? 579, I apologize. 579. Is there anyone here who has medical training? I'm not talking about haven't been a lifeguard or you know CPR. I'm talking about actual medical training. Yes, 562, 567, 577, 578, 579, 580. Is there anyone here who's had a bad experience with law enforcement, such that it sticks out in your mind? No hands. Anyone have such a good experience with law enforcement that it sticks out in your mind? 567, 580. Is there anyone here who's had a bad experience with a prosecutor, here or anywhere else? Bad experience with a prosecutor? No hands. Is there anybody here who's had a bad experience with a criminal defense attorney, here or anywhere else? 567. Anyone else? All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to talk about arrests, convictions, prosecutions, that sort of thing. So what we're going to talk about is we're talking about DUIs to something more egregious. So I'm not talking about traffic tickets or traffic stops, that kind of thing. So I'm looking to find out if you yourself have ever been arrested and or prosecuted or convicted for DUI to something more serious. Anyone here that applies to? 580. Does anyone here have a close family member or close personal friend who's been arrested, prosecuted, or convicted of a crime such as DUI to something more serious? I'm going to start over here. So 557, 558, 563, 565, 566, 567, 577, 578, and 584. We'll take it, 585. Is there anyone here who feels they've ever been falsely accused of a crime, whether it involved the police or not? 577, Is there anyone here who has had a close relative or close personal friend they feel has been falsely accused of a crime? We have 566 and 569. So now we're going to talk about being the victim of a crime. So the first thing we're going to talk about is you. Please raise your card if you have been the victim of a violent crime or a crime against your person. Okay. And we have 577. Please raise your card if you have a friend or family member who's been the victim of a violent crime or a crime against their person. 595. Has anyone here ever witnessed a violent crime in progress or any kind of crime in progress? 557, 563, 567, 580, and 584. Anyone here ever taken cell phone video of a crime? No cards. Please raise your hand if you, close friend, close family member, has been the victim of either a burglary or a home invasion. Burglary meaning you came home and all your stuff was gone. Home invasion, you're home and somebody kicks the door in or somebody's standing over you in the middle of the night. Either instance. So we have 557, 558, 563, 569, 577. Did I miss anyone? Please raise your hand if you, close relative, close personal friend, has ever had a gun stolen out of your car. And that can be a gun, handgun, rifle, shotgun, just a gun stolen out of your car. 565. Anyone else? Please raise your card if you've called 911 to report a crime. 584. Is there anyone here who's had to give a statement to law enforcement in regard to a crime? And I don't mean by the side of the road for the fender bender. So we're not talking about traffic stuff. But have you ever actually given a statement to law enforcement? 557, 558, 565, 567. Did I miss someone in the middle? 580 and 591. Has there been anybody here who's ever been a witness at trial? Meaning you came in, you took the witness stand, there was a judge, there may or may not have been a jury, it could be civil or criminal, but you've been a witness who's testified at a trial. 567, 577, and 595. Is there anyone here outside of law enforcement who has taken it upon themselves to investigate a crime? No cards. Anyone here know someone outside of law enforcement who has taken it upon themselves to investigate a crime? 578. All right. Look around at each other. Do you guys recognize each other? Anybody know anybody else in the room who's another juror? All right. So I believe we have 577 knows 585. All right. All right. And now over, who else? 565 also knows 577. All right. So and here we go. 584 and 586. You guys know each other? All right, so I'm going to ask you kind of a broad question. Last Monday, when you were over at Selden Park, did you see any other jurors who you knew such that if they were on the jury and you were on the jury, it might be a problem for you because either of your relationship with them, like literally your mother and daughter, or because they're your supervisor or you're their supervisor? So is there anybody that you saw over at Selden Park where if they're on the jury and you're on a jury, you think it might be a problem for you? 578 584, 591, 557. Anyone else? All right, I've learned to ask this question in reverse. Is there anyone here who does not own and no one in your household owns any sort of firearm? So you don't own a gun, no one else in your house owns a gun, and there are no guns in your household. 557.
No guns.
No guns. In your household, you don't own a gun, and no one in your household owns a gun. Does that apply to you? Nope. Okay, so 557 we have that applies to. 575. 577. 584. And 586. Is there anyone here who has ever carried a gun as part of their job? 557, 567, 580. Is there anyone here who has non-law enforcement firearms training? So, in other words, you were not in the military. People in the military, people in law enforcement have firearms training. I'm talking about anybody else without that kind of training, where you kind of took it upon yourselves to go get firearms training. 565, 569, 580. Please raise your hand if you've lived in the Glenn County area for less than 5 years. 557, 575, 579, 580, 586. So we're going to talk about some places in Glenn County. Does anyone currently reside in the Satilla Shores neighborhood? Is there anyone who has previously resided in the Satilla Shores neighborhood? Is there anyone here who is familiar with Satilla Shores because you have friends or family that live there, or you go there on a regular basis for another reason? 578. Is there anyone here who resides in the Royal Oaks neighborhood? Is there anyone who previously resided in Royal Oaks? Is there anyone who goes to Royal Oaks because you have friends, family members, or some other reason you go there and familiar with that location? 584. All right, so we have the Fancy Bluff neighborhood as well. Is there anybody here who lives in Fancy Bluff? Is there anyone here who previously resided in Fancy Bluff? Is there anyone here who is familiar with the Fancy Bluff neighborhood because you have friends or family members or some other reason you go to Fancy Bluff? Is anyone here especially familiar with the Boykin Ridge Street in Fancy Bluff? No cards for any of those questions. All right, so this is about knowing yourself. Is there anyone here who has a religious, moral, or ethical conviction that would keep you from passing judgment on another person? And what I mean by that is you're selected, you get on the jury, you go back in that jury room and you're deliberating with others, and you are never going to reach a verdict. You're not going to come back with guilty or not guilty. That's all you're going to be asked to do in this case is guilty or not guilty. But you have a moral, ethical, or religious conviction that somehow is going to keep you from actually rendering a verdict. We have 558 and 584. Is there any other person who has a private reason for not being able to render a verdict or pass judgment? No cards. So once again, a reverse question. Is there anyone here who does not belong to any social, religious, or fraternal organizations? Meaning you don't go to church, mosque, synagogue. You do not belong to a bridge club, bowling league, book club. You are not a member of a professional association, even though you may be a professional, like you don't belong to the American Marketing Association. Is there anybody here who doesn't belong to any sort of social, fraternal, or religious organizations? 566, 567, 562, 580, 585, and 595. All right, please raise your hand if you, a relative, or a close personal friend has ever been arrested, and the circumstances of that arrest were such that you believe that you or your family member or friend were treated unfairly by either the police or the criminal justice system. So we're talking about an arrest. No cards. Please raise your hand if you, a relative, or a close personal friend has ever been arrested for kidnapping or false imprisonment. No cards. Please raise your hand if you, a relative, or a close friend has ever been arrested for shooting someone or shooting at someone. No cards. Please raise your hand if you have a close personal friend or a relative who has been arrested for murder, any kind of murder. No cards. May I have one moment? Is there anyone here that would be unable to follow the law that Judge Walmsley gives them because they think it should be different or that it may be different than what he's telling you? So is there anyone here who will not be able to follow the law from Judge Walmsley, okay, because you think it should be different or it may be different than the law that he's giving you? No cards. All right. Is there anyone here who wants to serve on this jury? No cards. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am now going to read you a list of potential witnesses in this case. It's a long list, so bear with me. So once again, I'm going to try and go fast so we can move through it, but get my attention. If you hear the name and you're on the second name, or I'm on the second name, and you think you know that person, flag us down. Don't hesitate to shout it out that, stop, and we'll go back and make sure we get this down, okay? All right, so first off, we have some Glenn County law enforcement officers. William Duggan, Sheila Ramos, Chris Louth, 565. On which one, ma'am? You know William Duggan? Okay. Sheila Ramos. All right, so here's what I'm going to do. We're just going to mark you down as knowing a whole bunch of Glenn County police officers, and we're going to come back to you about that. All right, so that way you don't have to keep raising your hand and we don't have to keep stopping. All right, so 565, we're just going to go Glenn County PD. All right, so for everyone else, I'm just going to keep reading the names. We have William Duggan, Sheila Ramos, Chris Lowther, Ricky Shane Minshew, Jeffrey Brandenberry, Parker Marcy, Brad Butler, Caitlin Roberts Phillips, Roderick Nohilly, Stephen Lowry, Brandon Gregory, Diana Bibby, Sherry Batchelor, 591, no Sherry Batchelor. All right, with the Glenn County 911 Center, we have Kara Richardson and Jamie Dunwoody.
Ma'am, I'd like to clarify, my husband works in the radio system, works on the public radio system, so he does work in the 911 center, working on their radio equipment.
That's
I
five.
know of them, because I've heard him talk about them.
All right, so that's 585. So you know of them.
I know of them, that's correct.
Thank you. You know Kara Richardson? 584. We also have more Glenn County police officers. We have Christopher Hatcher, Robert Rash, Officer Powers, Stansberry, Owens. Oh, Stansberry? So we have 567. All right. And we have Officer Owens, Officer Adam Jackson, and Ronald Cooper. All right, so now I'm going to go through some of the people at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. There's two types. There's special agents, and then we have the crime lab. So I'm going to do the special agents first. So we have Special Agent Jason Seacrest, Jessica Hamilton, Matthew Heath, Lawrence Kelly, Brian Smith, Garrett Morton, Amanda Barker, and Richard Dial. With the crime lab, we have James, goes by the nickname Jim Gordon, Amanda Cook, Jesse Worley, Ann Kistler-Rao, Brian Leopard, and Dr. Edmund Donahue. We also have Glenn County Sheriff's Officer, Detective Stephanie Herndon Britt. All right, so these are folks not involved with law enforcement. We have Joe Mandela, Joseph Allen Bartlett, Subi Lawrence, Annabelle Beasley, Christy Barber, Matthew Albenzi, 578. Anyone else? John Ronald Olson, who goes by Ronnie Olson. Diego Perez and his wife Brooke Perez. Larry English, his wife Amy English. Miss Kelly Parr, or her father Randall Parr. Christine Alcott, 578. Daniel Alcott, 578. Judith Alcott, no. Kim Ballesteros, Carol Flowers, Lauren Bennett, Linda Randall, Ashley Wittenberg, Danielle Stoddard, Cynthia Drummond. Mr. James Trimmings, Catherine Miles, Cody Johannes, Derek Thomas. I missed a GBI agent. GBI analyst Jennifer Woodward. Then we have Hillary Lauren Brady Germano, Josh McGowan, Kyle Meisner, Nicole Lee Joyner, Rusty Russ Wayne Johnson, Zach Langford.
Ma'am,
Zach Langford?
I don't know him, but I used to work with his mother.
Okay, so that's 585.
And I think briefly a long time ago, he worked where we worked at together, part-time.
Great, that's 585. All right. Does anyone here know Heaven Bryan? 584. Peyton Thompson, 578. All All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I think the defense will have some questions for you.
Mr. Sheffield.
Yes, Your Honor. Morning, everybody. So we also are so appreciative of the time you've given us and that this is going to take all day. We know that that is laborious for you, but we really thank you. As you can imagine, we have received a lot of very honest opinions over the last week and a half. They don't hurt our feelings. We welcome them. We want to understand what your thoughts are. So please don't hold back. We will follow up to try to get a little deeper into that, but it's very meaningful for us. And it arrives at a place where we can truly understand who you are and what you think and feel about this case. So we thank you in advance for that. With that said, I want to add two things to your question about whether you know Travis, formerly in the Coast Guard and formerly working at Metzen Marine. That places him for you, then please raise your hand. All right, thanks. Now that you've been sitting here for a minute, also again on Greg McMichael, his dad. Nobody recognizes Mr. McMichael, good, all right. And lastly, Mr. Roddy Bryan. Just wanted to ask, now that we've been sitting here for about an hour. Perfect, okay, thank you. Let's dive in. Based on what you've heard in the media, based on what you've discussed amongst yourselves or family or friends or coworkers, have any of you formed a negative opinion about Travis? Just raise your hand if you have. It's okay. It's all right. I'm going to go very slowly in order, so just keep them up until I get to you, please. 557, 558, 562, 565, 566, 567. Your badge is flipped around. Thank you. 569, 571, 578, 584. I got it. 585, 586. 591 and 595. I'm going to ask also about Greg McMichael. So if it's the same folks, then we can acknowledge that with the same folks. I don't see anybody different for this one. You want me to do the numbers again anyway? All right, 557, 558, 562. 565, 567, 569, 571, 573, 578, 584, 585, 586, 591, 595. Then lastly, for Mr. Roddy Bryan. Whatever you may know about Mr. Bryan, if you have a negative opinion about Mr. Roddy Bryan. 557, 558, 562, 565. Sir, I can't remember your number over there. I'm sorry. 566, excuse me. 567, 569, 571. 584, 585, 591, and 595. Thank you. How about whether you have negative feelings about criminal defense lawyers, people that do the work that we do in representing people accused of crimes? Anybody have a negative feeling? Good, thank you. Please raise your hand if you've ever decided to support or vote for a political candidate who has as part of their platform limiting gun rights, trying to get firearms off the streets or different types of firearms from being in circulation, if you have supported candidate under that circumstance. 595. Please raise your hand if you oppose, disagree with the laws that allow people to carry firearms, either openly or concealed, to public places, grocery store, church, wherever you want to take it. No hands. Please raise your hand if any of you participated in any of the demonstrations, the walks, the marches on behalf of social justice, whether that was prior to the incident in this case or after the incident in this case, that you were out there in the community demonstrating on behalf of social justice movement. It's okay, yeah. 557. 578. Remember, this is just your numbers. Okay, very good, thank you. Please raise your hand if you have supported in any way the Black Lives Matter movement, and that support can be financial support, bumper stickers, yard signs, postings on social media, reposting things that you've seen, whether that involves the Justice for Ahmaud, the hashtag I run with Ahmaud, or anything that deals with legislation change in and around this case and issue. If you've participated in any way, just raise your hand to let us know. 557, 566, 578, 591. Okay, very good. Please raise your hand if you feel, whether you actually were and it resulted in a really negative experience for you, or that you just felt that it was happening, that you were denied an opportunity because of your background, your ethnicity, or your race. No hands. Good. Raise your hand if you feel that you have been falsely accused of doing something wrong, whatever that may have been, based on your ethnicity or your race. You feel you've been accused, looked at, funny, based on your ethnicity or your race. Raise your hand. No one. Raise your hand if you agree with this statement. The old Georgia flag, the one that was flown from 1956 until it was removed in 2002, that flag is a racist symbol. Georgia flag, the old Georgia flag is a racist symbol. Raise your hand if you feel that way. 591 and 595. If you agree with this statement, please raise your hand. People of color are not treated fairly in the criminal justice system. People of color are not treated fairly in the criminal justice system. Whatever that means to you, please raise your hand. 557, 563, 566, 569, 571, 575, 579, 591, and 595. Now, another question, if you agree, raise your hand, that police in this country do not treat black and white folks the same. If you agree that police, whether that be locally, statewide, or nationally, that you feel police don't treat black folks and white folks the same. 566, 569, 563, 571, 579, 591, 595. Thank you. 575. Thank you. Is there anyone here that feels that a psychologist or a psychiatrist can find a mental illness in just about anybody? I see some heads nodding, but I don't see any hands being raised. It's okay. We will not be telling folks that you feel this way. All right, 565, 579. It's a little glare, I'm sorry. 584, thank you. Okay, very good. Please share with us by raising your hand if you have an opinion, no matter what the opinion is, about the elapse of time between the incident in this case in February of 2020 and the arrest of the accused. If you have an opinion about that time period. Yep. 557, 562, 563, 569, 571, 577, 578, 579, 586, 591, and 595. Thank you. Okay, 566, thank you. During the course of our trial that could last a couple of weeks or more, it is our goal to have your full attention, to have you invested in what's happening in the courtroom. If any of you have something going on at work or at home that you feel would distract you from giving us your full attention, something that could not be cured by a morning break with a phone call or a lunch break with a phone call or an afternoon break with a phone call, that would prevent you from giving us your full attention, please raise your hand. Something going on at home or work that you feel is going to rob you of your ability to pay attention during the trial. 563, 565, 566, 569, 577, 578, 584, 585, and 595. Thank you. Again, when it comes to your attention, if you have any health issue that causes you to have to deal with a health-related problem, sight, hearing, mental, physical, that again could take away from your ability to give us your full attention, that would not be alleviated, your concerns at least, with morning, afternoon breaks and a lunch break, that would rob your ability to give us your attention during trial, please raise your hand. 569 and 591. And lastly, with the attention that the case has garnered and with what's happening here in the community, do any of you have any concern that whatever verdict you render in this case will cause you problems after the trial is over. Problem, you can define it any way you want to define it. Cause you a problem. Home, work, community, whatever that is. Okay. 563, 565, 567, 577, 578, 580, 584. I skipped you, I'm sorry. 575. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you so much.
Thank you, counsel.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, those are all the what we call general questions that are going to be asked of this panel. What we're going to do at this point is we're going to take a recess, about a 10-minute recess. I'm going to ask you to step out of the jury assembly room. And during this recess, there's going to be a couple of instructions, and you're going to hear me repeat these instructions. They are important. Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves or with anybody else. Don't discuss what's going on in the jury assembly room. Don't discuss the facts of the case. Don't discuss anything about this case with anyone. Don't go looking for any information about the case, meaning don't go getting online. Don't go searching for information. Don't go reading any news. Nothing that's out there in the media or otherwise. Don't go looking for any information about the case. If anybody approaches you about the case, please tell them that you are not going to be discussing the case with them and notify the court immediately on your return. So in other words, don't let anybody come up and talk to you. Don't let anyone discuss this case in your presence of hearing, meaning if somebody's talking about it and you're somewhere near them, walk away. And during the break, if you just make sure that you grab your personal belongings, you can bring them back in. Now, the way this process has been working is we'll bring you back into this room. Just need you to relax a little bit and be patient. Again, what we're going to be doing is bringing a few or maybe many of you in for some individual questioning, and that process has generally been taking most of the day. So from a planning purpose, again, please plan on most of the day. So with that, I want to thank you again. Thank you for your service here in Glynn County. It is appreciated by the Superior Court. We'll be in recess for 10 minutes.
which may differ a little bit from the court's opinion. How do we ensure that what we say and understand from the court gets placed into the record so that if we lose this case, we can argue on appeal that either we were not ineffective, or where we might share the opinion on appeal that the court failed to exercise discretion. Those are the only two things that we really can talk about when it comes to appellate issues. And so watching Mr. Hogue kind of talk through some issues with the court yesterday, we got bogged down in that. I've gotten bogged down with the court on a couple of occasions as well. And it sort of stems from one thing, where the state objects plainly without saying what rule it is, and the court sustains that. What we think is happening is the court is identifying the nature of the objection and essentially saying that's sustained, and it's kind of then supposed to be understood by defense counsel what that was about. And it seems that while we may have an idea of what it's about, we would like for it to be stated on the record for the clarity of the issue on appeal. And when we're looking at the cases that inform us, the Reynolds case, which is a Georgia Court of Appeals case, and the Ellington case, which we've talked a lot about already, it literally says that we bear the burden of demonstrating that the court abused discretion, or that no discretion was, in fact exercised. And so because we have that burden, we mean no disrespect to the court. And when we start to say things like, I don't understand the court's ruling, it almost injects into case this question of, well, how could you not possibly understand the court's ruling? We've talked about this at length. We're just asking for the court to require that the objection from the state state a purpose, and that the court rule according to that purpose. It would help us perfect the record. If the court says to us, well, I've ruled, move on, the only reason that we keep standing here is because we want to hear what the ruling is based on. And if it's tied to, we talked earlier, this is the question that I'm not letting you ask because it gets, it's no longer about the prejudice or the bias of the juror. It's prejudging the case. We would just respectfully ask that the court state that so that we can have a clear record of it. We're going to follow your order, Judge, but we sort of stand here at times going, well, which one is this one? So we would just ask that we be allowed to try to tighten that for the record in case it ever becomes an issue later. And we do so genuinely, Judge.
Well, here's where I'm on it. I'm not going to engage in the way that counsel has attempted to have this court engage on a number of objections, not everyone. I do try to explain briefly the basis of my ruling, but particularly with jurors, potential jurors present, one would hope that once the court has ruled and indicated that there's a relevance objection or a prejudging objection, that counsel can then be flexible enough to consider the objection and see if there's another way to approach whatever the next question may be, instead of engaging with the court constantly and telling the court what they heard and molding the court's ruling into some additional ruling. That is what, from the court's perspective, some of this discussion has been. And I indicated yesterday with Mr. Hogue on that the court's not going to engage in this discussion back and forth. I understand that there are pressures upon counsel, and I respect that. But my position is, if in the circumstances that we've had, not every circumstance, because quite honestly, most of the time we've been able to move through a lot of these. If an objection is made, I believe the state and the defense, for that matter, have stated the rule that they're applying, relevance, prejudging, or whatever it is. type of discussion that counsel seems to want to engage in, which is court rules, well, this is what I've heard, so is this really what you're saying? That's not something the court's going to engage in. Once the court has ruled, if it's relevance, whatever it may be, it's the court's position that's a sustained objection on relevance. There's a rule that applies there based on the facts that are out there. That's what the court's ruling is. You may agree or disagree with it. One of the things I've said already is,
It's the nature of the proceedings.
the nature of the proceedings.
We're on the same page.
But there is a record on it. But the back and forth, the sort of getting the last word in on the court's ruling, the court's not going to engage in that.
Well, I wanted the court to know where we're coming from, and just to make it very clear that we are not trying to be obstructionist. We literally have spent careful time on this issue and wanted to bring it back to the court's attention.
I respect everybody's interest in ensuring that we have a clear record.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. All right, are we ready to get started?
Yes, Judge.
From the state, from Travis McMichael, from Greg McMichael,
Ready, Your Honor.
and from Mr. Bryan. Thank you. All right, the first juror we have then.
Your Honor, if I may,
There's this, my sense is, it felt like a bunch of jurors got around the coffee machine or the break machine and suddenly decided yesterday they couldn't serve, couldn't be fair. There will be a reaction from the jurors, and it's being discussed in the community about jurors being here all day when everybody knew at 10 o'clock they were gone, they were never going to serve. Far be it from me, because I'm not in your shoes, to judge or engage all the different competing factors, but I'm just going to suggest for what it's worth that we're going to have a revolt from the jury pool if we don't find a way to deal with them more expeditiously, and that's all I have to say.
Well, let me just say then, publicly, the court, and I believe the parties, are moving through this process as expeditiously as possible. The court, as I've indicated to every panel, does not rush for the sake of rushing. I will say again, with regard to these particular potential exemptions that were brought up, that the individual has the ability before jury selection begins to submit by affidavit or other information, sufficient information to exercise a statutory exemption, and in some cases they don't. That could mean one of two things, at least one of two things. Either they didn't realize the information was there or they want to serve. And until the court understands whether or not they do or don't want to serve at this point, because they have been called and they have been impaneled, it is not appropriate for the court simply to assume they don't want to serve. So therefore, the court is not going to sua sponte remove individuals simply because they fall within one of the statutory exemptions. I'll do so if I hear from that juror and they've indicated they wish to exercise the exemption, such as the individuals over the age of 70 who asked or answered that question, or this is done by consent through the parties. And so, again, the court's not going to do it sua sponte. If the parties want to agree to it, or if you feel like you're under pressure to go ahead and remove people from the panel, that's up to you. That is not an act the court's going to engage in at this point. And I fully respect the time that it's taking to do this. And one would hope that the community, given the fact that the community has been, information has been out there about this case for a year and a half, would understand that the state and the defense and the court want to and need to be very deliberate to ensure that at the end of this process, a fair, unbiased, impartial panel can be seated and will listen to the evidence and render a fair and just verdict no matter what that verdict is. And I apologize for folks who believe that we're taking up too much of their time, but one would hope that we all can see the bigger picture here and respect the process.
Yes, briefly, Your Honor, on the subject of time, I'd like to move the court to acknowledging first with this motion that you may be privy to information that I simply don't have, that we do start at 8:30 with whoever is here, and those late jurors, they get treated like late jurors. They get put off to another panel. And again, I acknowledge they may be calling in and saying I'm almost at the courthouse or what have you, but I move that we...
Let me stop right there.
All right.
The message from the court is, you need to be, if you are called to be here at 8:30, you have a responsibility to the court and the community to be here at 8:30. And the court has to act upon that. We can't just keep moving people because they're going to be a little bit late. As much as I'd like to work around everybody's schedule here, it's very clear when you're summoned where you're supposed to be. And this court takes seriously, I mean, that summons, it's a court order to appear. And let me just, I don't mean to cut you off again. Having spoken with the clerk's office, we're going to ensure that there are reminders sent close in time to when the panels are appearing, which may help solve some of the late arrivals.
I still then would like to move that we start at 8:30 with whoever's in the room, and those late arrivals, too bad. I guess whatever the court wants to do with them, but I don't need to see them. I'm ready to start at 8:30 and get done earlier.
Well, let me make this observation. We're going to keep doing it the way the court has done it. We burn more time talking about things in here than we did this morning waiting on the juror to appear. We had one juror who was late enough to be asked to come in, and they were there within 10 minutes or so of the request by the court to have them. So there are a lot of
Motion's denied, but
it's a motion to start at 8:30.
I'm moving that we start at 8:30 when all of us are in the courtroom, and there's usually 16 or so jurors. There were 16 this morning.
So to the extent that it's a formal motion, I'm not going to ask the state to respond to it because it's more of a request to the court to do something. Okay. Yeah. As I've indicated, court starts at 8:30. My expectation is the panel here is 8:30, and the court will ensure that there are full panels to select from. Okay. Are we now ready to get started?
Yes, Judge, the state is ready.
We're ready, Your Honor.
Ready, Your Honor.
Ready, Your Honor.
All right. 5:57. for cause.
Okay.
Unless somebody, for some reason, doesn't have the same notes I do, but I show all 20 being covered.
Yeah, we're covered. We just
Okay.
we talked this.
All right, 10 minutes. We're in recess.
too. I mean, I can email it to her.
I mean, it's too late really to do it today with anyone that gets it, so if we just do it first thing.
You're gonna get that to me, and then you give that to me, I'm gonna get it to Rebecca. Yeah, I'll send it tomorrow. Good. Okay, get it to Rebecca, she'll be okay. Yes.
All right, we're back on. The defendants are present, represented by counsel. Let's go ahead and start moving through the list then. I have 557 has been struck for cause. I then have 558.
Motion from the state on 558. I believe this is the juror who indicated that she could not render a verdict. She raised her hand to the moral, ethical, and religious reason for not being able to return a verdict or to make a decision.
No objection from the McMichaels.
Your Honor, we do object. I think reasonable minds may differ, but I believe this juror is qualified. Your Honor, I would submit that her only difficulty here is, in fact, her fairness. That perhaps all the jurors that we've seen so far, she has best been able to identify good and bad on both sides. And I would submit that that is a reflection not of her inability to render a verdict, but of the reality of just how close a case this is, a case that could go either way. And to penalize a juror for being candid with the court, which I'm sure the court would never do, certainly that would not be appropriate. As to her decisiveness, there's nothing that was elicited from the state in the course of her life that would suggest that she is incapable of making important life decisions. And from what little we know about her, she is a team leader at her store where she has worked for a number of years, and she has raised children, Your Honor. And I would humbly suggest that she has demonstrated the ability to make a decision. Now, I think there was some confusion for this juror who was perhaps less educated, and I don't mean that in a disrespectful way, than some of the others who came before the court. I think it was evident that she didn't fully understand all the legal terms that the lawyers were using. But towards the end of the examination, she indicated that she understood that she would be rendering a verdict rather than passing a judgment. She understood that the court would ultimately pass judgment, that the consequences would not be for the jury to decide. And if I recall correctly, I'm sure the state will correct me, but she seemed to be okay with that. And at that point, I think she was qualified as a juror, and I object to her being excused for cause by the state.
It's either the state or the McMichael defendants wish to address that argument.
Yes, Judge, I'll try and do it briefly. She did respond that to the general voir dire question of I can't render a verdict, and I phrased it very clearly. We go back in that jury room and come back guilty or not guilty, and she said she couldn't do it. She was asked and said, I don't feel like I could judge someone. I'm not capable of it. It's hard for me to do. When asked by Mr. Rubin, she said, I truly in my heart, I don't think that I'm here to judge. I do not feel I'm qualified to make a decision on people's lives. She was asked, willing to do her duty as a juror, make a legal decision, and she then asked, won't that be judging? And that's judging for our own self, not for someone else's life, which she then indicated she could not do. I then believe the court asked a question, and whether an individual could determine the truth from facts presented to them, did something happen? And she indicated, yes, but they all run together for me. I have a hard time coming to a conclusion about what happened. I do not think I would be able to come to a conclusion as to what happened in this case. We ask that you strike her for cause.
With all respect, I think Madam Prosecutor's just proven my point, and specifically, when she was asked whether she would try, she indicated that she would. She couldn't guarantee that she could come to a decision, but she guaranteed that she would try, which echoes the line of questioning by the prosecutor over these days. The juror has said she could try. There's no impediment to her doing so. Her impediment is that the information that she is aware of about this case suggests to her that it's close. But that is not alone a reason to disqualify a juror.
She went back and forth quite a bit based on my notes. And the concern that the court had when the court questioned her was whether she could reach a decision, whether or not she could or would deliberate based on her statements about reaching or coming to judgment, or I don't feel like I could judge someone was her term. She kept going back and forth on there's good and bad in the case. Everybody's going to think something. Again, went back to questioning whether she could reach a verdict. But then ultimately, I think it was in the question by Mr. Goff, she started talking about how she could try, and she would do so in good faith. Based on that, motion's denied. 558 is qualified. $562.
State has a motion, that was our doctor with a fixed opinion.
No objection.
No objection.
No objection.
562 is struck for cause. 565.
Once again, 565, motion for cause with a fixed opinion.
No objection.
No objection.
No objection.
565 is struck for cause. 566.
566, motion for cause based on that juror's fixed opinion.
No objection.
No objection.
No objection.
566 is struck for cause. 567.
No motion from the state.
No motion from the McMichaels.
No motion for Mr. Bryan.
567 is qualified. 569.
Motion for cause by the state. This is our juror with the medical issues coming up where she's got several doctor's appointments and may have to undergo surgery.
No objection.
No objection.
No objection.
569 is struck for cause. 571.
No motion from the state.
No motion from the McMichaels.
No motion for Mr. Bryan.
571 is qualified. 573.
Motion for cause based on his fixed opinion.
No objection.
No objection.
No objection.
573 is struck for cause. 575.
No motion from the state.
No motion. No motion. No motion, I'm sorry.
575 is qualified. 578.
Motion based on this juror's fixed opinion.
No objection from the McMichaels.
No objection for Mr. Bryan.
578 is struck for cause. 579.
No motion from the state.
No motion from the McMichaels.
No motion for Mr. Bryan.
579 is qualified. 580.
No motion from the state.
No motion from the McMichaels.
No motion for Mr. Bryan.
580 is qualified. Those are all of the potential jurors. The following jurors have been qualified.
we skip 585?
Actually, I think it was 584. I don't know that we got on the record.
I had 584 crossed off in my book. Hold on.
And I believe we did put 585 on the record right after we finished with 585, but I thought 584, but I believe we're all in agreement on 584?
That's correct.
Yes.
Mr. Goff?
Yes.
All right, I had 584 struck for cause. I know if I was premature on that, my apologies. 584 is struck for cause by consent. All right, the following were qualified in this panel: 558, 567, 571, 575, 579, and 580. Does anyone have anything different?
No, that's what the state has, Your Honor.
That's what the McMichaels have, Your Honor.
That's what we have, Your Honor.
All right, we'll bring that group in.
And Your Honor, I just have one thing that I think may only take a moment, and it's just out of an abundance of caution. As the court is aware, the state had filed a motion to request the court to inquire into conflicts of interest for defense counsel. And the court inquired, and everyone said they were good and knew what the conflicts were, and their clients understood what conflicts were. This is just simply out of an abundance of caution. Today, I noticed quite a bit that either Mr. Rubin or Mr. Sheffield will say, I'm going to refer to co-counsel, and the co-counsel ended up being one of the Hogues. Or Mr. and Mrs. Hogue would say, I leave this to co-counsel, and the co-counsel ended up being Mr. Sheffield and Mr. Rubin. And I know Ms. Hogue has said for the McMichaels. So this is just me, out of an abundance of caution, just wanting to make sure, in case there is a guilty verdict, that there is no chance for an appellate attorney to come behind all of this based on this record and try and insinuate somehow that the McMichaels were not informed about what a conflict of interest actually was. Because that is an appellate issue, given it appears to be that the McMichaels have chosen to operate in concert with each other. So I'm just out of an abundance of caution, if the court wishes to inquire, or if this is just me wanting to make sure everybody understands what that is, so there is no appellate issue.
I guess in an abundance of caution, if we could just confirm, I can't remember exactly what the discussion was on the record during the pretrial portion of the case. Now that we're in the trial of the case, I assume that counsel have addressed representation with their clients, and I don't want to get into the substance of those discussions, but to the extent that it may be necessary to at least put on the record what's the current status, let's go ahead and do so.
The status is the same. We represent Greg McMichael. Mr. Rubin, Mr. Sheffield represent Travis McMichael. And I would say that whenever we used co-counsel, we were shortening co-defendants counsel, and that's what we intend to say.
And let me add for the record, it's clear to me that there are two defense teams working separately but in conjunction with each other with regard to the McMichaels defendant. In fact, there have been separate questioning done by the two separate teams at various times during jury selection. And so it did not appear to be an issue to the court. I'm glad it got brought up, because what I understand now that we can put on the record is that the McMichaels defendants understand, or at least there has been, and if there needs to be, I guess the court is asking counsel to go ahead and do so, some discussion about any type of representation or agreements with regard to the trial of the case as opposed to the pretrial matters. It sounds like that's been addressed to the extent that it needs to be further addressed with the clients. I just ask that you go ahead and do so.
I just want the record to be clear that Roddy Bryan's co-counsel is Jessica Burton. There are no other co-counsel in this case, just so that's clear. We have our own separate defense.
I believe it was raised by the state simply out of abundance of caution. I understand the representation, and again, maybe just having it brought up in open court with the defendants present is helpful to the court and helpful to the court to further understand the positions.
And just for the record, we're making it very clear to Travis McMichael that we represent him only, his interests only, but we are working where we have mutually where we have joint interests. We're working with the Hogues, and there's been no problems whatsoever.
All right, thank you. Let's go ahead and get that group.
Thank you, Your Honor.
doing that, I understand it'll be a silent strike method. We've discussed that. The question is where? We can't fit 64 jurors in the courtroom.
I'm not sure we're going to be able to get all 64 back in anywhere securely.
Well, constitutionally, I'll confer with Mr. Bryan about waiving it, but constitutionally, I think we're entitled to have the jurors physically present or at least present by video as we make those choices. I have never heard of a case where the defense and the defense lawyer and his client didn't get to look upon the juror as they were making that decision. Otherwise, we could just mail it in. We could email it in Monday night.
Any other parties wish to weigh in on this?
Yeah,
Because
it's
you-
pretty significant for us to be able to view the jurors as we're striking.
There's a difference between a significant request and a constitutional right. And I tell you that because we have tried cases, I know in my jurisdiction, and they are being tried in other jurisdictions, where that is not occurring. And I'm not aware of any constitutional challenges to it. If it's out there, then so be it. I haven't seen it yet. Logistically, that is a significant ask for the court. I'm telling you all that right now. And I'm not sure it's one that can be logistically addressed, given all of the restrictions associated with this case with public health guidelines and security issues.
The only way to do it, bring 20 in and strike the first 20, bring the next 20 in?
Yep.
Strike the next, I mean.
There are significant logistical
Right.
challenges associated with doing that.
Or potentially zoom them in by video feed from Selden Park to this courtroom. That's another possibility. Third possibility, we all go out to Selden Park.
No, that is not a possibility. No.
I stand corrected.
To bringing the 20 in to the room where we do general questions, everybody's present there, we have all the security in place, and then taking those 20 out and bringing the next 20 in. Is that what the state is suggesting?
No, that was just an idea.
That's an idea.
That was just an idea off the cuff.
Good idea. Sounds like a decent one.
We're going to have 16 of these people in this room for a couple of weeks. I don't understand why 4 more makes a difference. We can put 20 in the courtroom.
Spread out in these various
Okay.
seats.
I'm open to suggestion. I'm just putting that out there with all respect. This is not the state of Chatham.
If you are claiming that the law demands it, that's one thing. Okay, I'd like to see that authority, and I'm not suggesting it doesn't exist. We started trying cases in my jurisdiction in April, and it was never raised that way. It was raised other ways, but I don't recall it being raised that way. So I would be open to seeing what's out there. If not, then that can guide the court. I mean, if the law says I have to do it a certain way, then we'll do what we can to do it that way. If it doesn't, and there's some other way to accommodate it, which does not create a logistical nightmare, then so be it. But it's raised as a legal motion. Cite your authority.
Well, Your Honor, it sounds like a young lady has a project for her to work on tonight.
Nobody has a project yet until some authority gets cited to the court.
I'm referring to Ms. Burton.
Then I stand corrected, Mr. Long. Next item. All right.
One other issue.
Yep.
And again, I'm not seeking a ruling tonight. There is, I sense, and maybe I just haven't gotten the latest agreement of the lawyers, but I don't think we have a firm understanding of the order of the jury selection. Suppose Thursday afternoon we have qualified 64. We still have panels, including people that were deferred to later. Are we exercising jury selection in the order in which they were actually brought in and examined? Or are we doing it numerically, in which case if we finished up on Thursday afternoon, we'd still come back on Friday and Monday to review those other jurors who would be ahead in line? In other words, it might be helpful to have some idea of what the schematic for jury selection is going to look like. Because right now I can see several different scenarios and I have no idea which one is best or which one's constitutionally mandated or statutorily required, but I think it would be good to know. And again, as for ruling, I'm just bringing up.
Does it require a ruling or just an explanation of what, I mean, my thought is once we get to 64, I believe is the number, because I understand that alternate strikes are being consolidated with the McMichaels. That had been suggested. Is that what we're doing?
Yes.
Okay, so 64 is the number. I don't know where we'll be in the panels, and I may be inclined, depending on where we are with the panels, to see if we may have some extra just in case there's some issues there. We start with the first juror qualified, who would be potential juror 1, and then work our way through each day as we went through the line.
So right now, Your Honor, your assumption is that we're working, the order for jury selection would be the order in which the jurors were actually qualified, not say the order in the panels or the order in which they were brought in the courtroom, because some people were deferred for various reasons. We ran out of time or whatever. We're going to be going in the order in which they were qualified in the courtroom.
Yeah, to me, that's the simplest way to handle it. I'm not sure that clerk's looking at me what that look like what you're doing, Judge Walmsley, but that seems to be the simplest way to handle it. I'll get some input from the clerk's office on how those panels were put together, but I will tell you what I am thinking. So yeah, we start with the first juror qualified. That's potential juror 1. Next juror qualified, next juror qualified, next juror qualified, and just keep working through it the way we worked through it over the last week and a half or 2 weeks, depending on how we look at it. That's my thought. I'll confirm that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Do we consider that anyone was qualified from the first panel?
At this point, nobody's been qualified, no, but there are some out there that we need to take motions on that went through the entire process.
And now I think I'm following what Mr. Goff is saying, because oddly enough, the very first juror that we had, panel 1, was 570 something. 7 something, so.
Yeah.
But
It will be clear by the time we get there.
It's mud?
No, by the time we get there, it'll be clear. It may be mud now. Yeah. Problem with mud is when you start squeezing it, it all pops out through your fingers. All right. Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Everybody have a good evening. We're in recess. 8:30 tomorrow morning.